Good morning. Good morning. We got a copy. Enjoy. Yeah, I gotta go get a top up too. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Today, another trading session, another day where CAR is up, but slightly off its pre-market highs. Um, just remember, guys, CAR earnings is May 4th next week, so you have to wonder if they're going to start to sell ahead of that. But it's been crazy for sure. Overall, the market's up again on the session on the back of Trump's announcement. Several earnings after hours. You got VRT gapping down. GE Verona, big monstrous gap up back over the $1,000 club, fully bully. Although this gap up has a strong chance at getting some sell side pressure off the open. Don't know if it'll do a full on gap and crack, but certainly a chance at seeing a little bit of selling off of the open for GE. All right, let me see what else we got going on here. Google this morning is also very strong on the session after it's basically unveiling a new AI inferencing chip to compete with NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now is still green on the sessions. Your SOXX is still gapping up another $6, going for another new record of price action. We do have crude oil. So what's interesting, guys, is I don't know. Trump's a bullshitter. He tacoed yesterday after hours, literally right after hours, to give the markets a pump. But crude oil is right back to the area where he tacoed. So something's telling me that he's a bullshitter. Price action in crude is strong today. I wouldn't be surprised to see the market get faded again. The true critical level that the bulls want to get crude oil above and the bears want to slap below is this little bit of resistance zone. You have triggered a breakout, 4-hour inverted head and shoulders, which does give you more upside on WTI. You still have this gap that's been that's left open around $100.64, but never a good sign when WTI is back up 1.47%. So I would not be surprised to see this market get faded again. We look at the Dixie. The Dixie is moving higher off the lows. Gold and silver, they did have strong rebounds, but you can see gold is starting to come in just a little bit, silver as well. Boeing, nice gap up on BA this morning. Boeing reported earnings, pretty good earnings for Boeing. I mean, they got such a big backlog that their earnings are going to be solid for eternity. Cabin saying, who cares about oil? And he is buying SPY 712 0 DTE calls at open. You maniac. I can't tail that trade. Although there's a chance that you could push to the high of this channel. I will not be joining the 0 DTE front on the call side at least. XOM guys still looking pretty solid. XOM is going to be on watch for a close breakout today, and then if you get that breakout through this resistance zone, you're going to gap fill, and that's around 152 and change, or 151.80-ish, give or take. But XOM's looking pretty strong so far. Keep in mind, guys, there's some pretty important names after hours that are set to report. We got Tesla. Big name, big mover. My bias is to the downside. I don't have a position, but going to consider maybe swinging some lottos to the downside. I would naturally anticipate that Tesla's probably going to see some sell side pressure, but it's always risky, right? IBM, also another important name after hours set to report. That's going to be somewhat interesting, I think, across the board. You've also got ServiceNow, so the software IGV component has had a nice bounce off of the lows. I wouldn't be surprised to see them gap ServiceNow down. This is a ticker that I still think can actually go a little bit lower. Then you got some semiconductors. You got Texas Instruments, guys. So TXN. This has been a powerhouse. It is a market leader. You're trading into a little bit of a backtest resistance, but this one's probably going to gap up. They love the semis. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see TXN going to gap up here. Lam Research LRCX after hours as well. This one's seen a little bit of selling off of its big run, but another name that probably is going to beat its earnings, has a strong track record of beating its earnings. QuantumScape after hours as well. Love, KMI, CCI, CSX, a few other names in between. Just trying to see a couple things here. So IGV is strong in, up 1.27%. Netflix is getting interesting, guys. Netflix is getting interesting, in my opinion. Yesterday it did come right into the 50-day moving average and it got defended, seeing a little bit of a... I'd love to see one more down day on Netflix. I'd love to see it take out this little bit of a liquidity zone. That would be ideal if it swept this 90 area. Quite shocking to see Netflix dropping this much off its earnings, considering it did get that one-time $5 billion fee and it was a decent earnings report. Pretty shocking. Oh yeah, Adobe after hours announced a big share buyback. What was it, 25 billion? So Adobe's trying. I still hate Adobe. They haven't fixed or patched their software, so I really don't like it on the long side. Although it's oversold, I still think Adobe is going to go lower. But it is getting some nice buy side pressure. I'm telling you, until Adobe fixes their issues in their software, I have to stay away from that name. But lots of green out there today. Another session where the market is getting a bit of a pump. Let's look at natural gas here today. Natural gas, guys, is trying to make a little bit of a breakout. You got the apex of the triangle, downsloping trend line. It's looking pretty nice. You're about to get a bullish 7 and 20 crossover. This might have some legs to it. This might have some legs. I'm just eyeing up this big gap fill around 307. It just so happens to be a big volume shelf as well. Interesting. BTC, did you miss that? Nope, you didn't miss BTC. We can take a quick peek as well. So Bitcoin going for another high sweep of that pivot. It's looking very strong, up 2.83%. Bitcoin is basically trading with software. Notice how Bitcoin has been strong off of the lows as IGV has started to take some leadership off of the lows. Obviously, names like Microsoft, Oracle, Palantir, that whole software structure has seen quite a bit of resiliency, and Bitcoin's just following suit. You are approaching the top of this little parallel channel. This still could be one major bear flag, but it does look like maybe they want to push Bitcoin all the way up to the 200-day moving average. And that area just so happens to correlate with kind of this little bit of a breakout zone here. All right, so if they push BTC up above 80K, I'm expecting a tap of the 200 moving average. There is going to be a little bit of a scalp short coming up today if you pierce this trend line channel. But yeah, Bitcoin's looking very strong. The likes of MSTR, Mara, and they've been due. I mean, MSTR, Mara, these crypto plays have been absolutely slaughtered. Slaughtered. There might be a little bit of a pairs trade here. Long Google, short Nvidia. Google is trying to eat a little bit of Nvidia's lunch. We'll see. Looking at the VIX, guys. VIX is still in a pretty nasty little downtrend. At the end of the session, you can see that the VIX did try to break out, tested this upslope or downsloping trend line, got rejected pretty firmly. Currently still just trading inside a range. If you lose this level, I mean, the market's going to rip. Hey, Peter. Polymom saying you have lots of B, M, and R. Nice, nice. So I might look at some more put options on car. I think there's money to be made just with the pure IV expansion. And I've been doing well. Thank you, Peter. Again, WTI crude, guys, above 90 usually means sell side pressure for the indices. Markets are holding resiliency, believing Trump right now. Yeah, and crypto does look good. Let's just look at BMNR. Here on the Tom Lee train. Tom Lee's always bullish. Yeah, this is just, and I mean, this is still a massive bear flag. Could be a stage one base building. Tough ticker to trade. But if crypto moves, it should catch a little bit more liquidity to the upside. You know, you've been rejected kind of off this area twice, so third time's the charm. Maybe a little bit of a breakout through to the 26, 27 pivot for your BMNR. Market structure's there. All right, 2 minutes till the open. 2 minutes till the open. Can they push CAR to a 99 RSI? That'd be pretty funny. Market's got a nice injection there of liquidity. So a few seconds here till the open. XOM getting a really big push. I did swing some of those XOM calls, the 148s, which printed yesterday. They're still moving up today. All right, let's see what car is going to give us here. Car, car, car. Here we go. Push on XOM, guys. What a move. XOM just beast moded. Our XOM is squeezing, guys. If you're wanting to take a little bit of profits, by all means, look at car going for 800 bucks. Chain for XOM isn't even open yet. SOXX going for what? The 16th day? I'm losing count these days, but I think it's going for its 16th day of upside. Holy shit, the car IV on some of these short dated 500%. I mean, you probably enter a put, you're gonna get paid because the IV expansion's so high. RDW moving. Nice, nice, nice. XOM guys still squeezing to the top side. Crude oil making a move. Look at our XOM calls, guys. Beautiful breakout here. Beautiful. I'm going to look to trim as soon as the chain is open. I'm going to sell another about half of the position. So still holding positive structure. Car wants that pre-market high. There's 800 on car, gapping up to the high side, baby. Wow, she's a beast. She is a beast. Lots of green out there, guys. Oil still trying to push up. WTI up 1.55. BTC still pushing. IWM still leading the charge to the upside. Microsoft getting faded a little bit. All right, guys, I'm taking profits on my 148 XOM calls. Just got filled at 314. 314. The hell did I... So we banked 142%, guys, on XOM. You could even get more than me. XOM, I did trim. I still have a small amount of runners, about 20% of the position left. I've trimmed 80%, but XOM 148 calls, absolutely minted. Nice profits there. Semis are seeing a little bit of sell side. Man, some put options here on car as a lotto, but put-ons are so expensive. Cabins in calls. Yeah, red wire is just a moving. Red wire's moving, guys. Oil's still moving as well. We are still seeing the market's holding steady. Semiconductors are holding steady here. Still full beast mode, guys. Full beast mode. To a 500 put for Friday on car. It's pretty expensive. One contract, 500 put on car. I got in at 1150, playing hopefully a little bit of IV expansion here. IV is crazy right now on these contracts, so um, if we get any sort of a reversal down, these contracts will explode, and I'll look to take some profits. Giving it some leeway. My stop is going to be $8 on car, but I'm in 500 put for Friday at 1150. Market's still holding positive structure. XOM coming in a little bit. Car's still a beast. Come on, car. Drive your car. Drone stocks are catching a nice bid today. Let's look at Ondas, RDW, Redwire, RCAT. Wow, yeah, wow. RCAT's in. RCAT, wow. DPRO, UMAC. Yep, all the drones are moving today, guys. Moving to the top side. Yeah, Ondas, moving. Big squeezer. Come on down, car. So I was studying price pattern yesterday on car, and every single time it gaps up, it has dipped back down to the negative side. And then later on in the afternoon, it just floats and grinds and moves higher. So every single time the gap up has happened on car, it gets sold into intraday, goes negative, and then if the market stays firm, price action just floats and grinds back to the positive side. So today we've gapped up pretty tremendously. We'll see if it follows the same structure, goes red, and then floats higher. Cabin staying car is going to 1,200 per share. Be careful with puts. Yep. I got to stop in at $8, so I'm risking about what is it, 350 bucks. Right now we're up about 200, just under 200 bucks a con. I only have one contract. They're pretty expensive. You have a friend at car? Well, 1450 a con now on these 500s. Yep. Crude oil, guys, up 1.6. You got the IWM still pumping and jumping up 1.1 and moving. Man, IONQ moving. Semis are still strong. Semis are still strong. Big push for BBAI, SoFi, China, Micron's up 3. All mags are ripping. Netflix is green, Tesla's green. Meta up 0.53. Amazon up 0.6. Google, your strongest. The SPY starting to see a little bit of selling. You got that 10-minute opening range candle. We'll see how it translates into price. Marvell's still super strong. SOXX did see a pretty big 10-minute candle, sell candle, but it's still holding better relative strength than your Qs and SPY. Nvidia is starting to see some sell side pressure. It's almost looking like it wants to go negative. So Nvidia is definitely looking a little bit choppy and sloppy. Your US dollar coming in a little bit. Yields are negative. VIX is being compressed down 2.4%. Again, SPY does look like maybe it wants to head for the top of this channel again. Pre-market high sitting around that 709.80 area. Nuclear uranium, URA having a nice bid today. That's up over 3% and climbing. Rocket Labs, big push. MSTR up 9.2%. Crypto's loving life today. Bitcoin up 3%. Ethereum's up 3.7. Interesting. A little bit of weakness in some transports today. Your high beta stocks are really moving today. It's SPY seeing a little bit of selling. Semis are still holding steady. Mags are still holding steady. Nvidia is bouncing off its opening range low. There's a few individual bank stocks, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, that are seeing a little bit of weakness. There's some of them are still green, but banks are trying to maybe go negative. Gotta watch that. The dollar's still softening here on the hourly chart. Come on, car. Come on down. Come on down, car. Again, I'm sitting in a 500 put. Got filled at 1150. Bought the huge IV pump candle off the open. Up slightly on the trade. A couple $100. Stops are in place. Just in case. Does anyone know what the short interest is in car right now? And how many days to cover? I mean, I'm sure people have been getting squeezed. Left, right, and center. Big fight. S&P still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. IWM, guys, is starting to come in as well. Oh, the squeeze has definitely started when you're up 16 days in a row. Trust me, some funds are blowing up. People are getting blown up already. Now, could it go to 1,000? Absolutely. I'm just in it for a trade. I'm looking for a pullback. I'll be closing these puts probably today. Car's at that stage where it's worth a bit of a lotto trade. If you wake up and car's up double digits at this high, I'll take a short trade on it every single time. Because I know when the turn comes, it will be down 20-30% in one day. Kind of like silver we've seen before. Yeah, I mean, it could easily go higher from here, don't get me wrong. But I'm just playing the levels. I got to stop at $8, so... I figure my position right now, just the trade that I entered today, that's a $1,150. My risk is $350, and if we get the right direction, I could make easily like 10x quickly. So R&R, it's good risk to reward for me, and options are defined risks. So, and the IV at these highs, when you got 400 or 500% IV, I mean, it doesn't take much of a pullback to get you in profit. Yeah, the bet's high. It's a $1,100. Well, really, it's an $1,100 bet, but risk is $350, right? So, like, I could close the trade we just entered right now in profit, but I want to see it go to the downside. I want to see a little bit of a gap and crack potential, and it may not come. They may squeeze us to 900 today. There's certainly, and I can see that there's a little bit of a bullish pattern here on CAR intraday. A little bit of an inverse, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, and it's not for small accounts. You can't really trade. You can't be, if your account is only a couple grand, I wouldn't advise you buying one contract that's going to take 50% of your buying power. All right, SOXX, SOXX seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. NVIDIA still looking like the weakest mag on the session. SPY's lagging Qs. Qs are lagging IWM. IWM is your strongest indice. And that's been the case now for a long time. IWM just seems to be pretty resilient, holding steady. Take profit is going to 900. YS is saying Trump tells the Post second round talks are possible as Friday as Iran's camps come up with a unified plan. Iran has not yet decided to hold discussions on Friday. Yeah. Crude oil is telling us that there's no deal. There's no ceasefire. There's no deal. What's interesting, guys, is today, 10:30, we have crude oil inventories. So crude oil inventories are going to be a pretty big, I think it's going to be pretty important. We still have a pretty large deficit in the oil market globally. All right, we are seeing SOXX coming in pretty sharply. Your semis are seeing a decent pullback here. SOXX is breaking its opening range low, whereas SPY is still holding. So semis are showing a little bit of weakness off of the open. You can see opening range low, pre-market low break on your SOXX. Remember, SOXX is your strongest sector of the market, has been now for a number of weeks. It is the most saturated and the heaviest weighting. So keep your eye on those semis. Nvidia just dipped briefly negative there. I did see that red there, Nvidia. I saw it. Come on down, car. All right, guys, I raised my stop on car to $9. So $250 of risk now. If price action starts to decline, I'm going to trail my stop up. Not at break even yet because I don't want to get wicked out off a crazy move. But I did raise my stop to $9 on car. 500 put for Friday. Missed the car, couldn't get in. It might give you another entry. All right, Nvidia. Seeing some sell side pressure on Nvidia. There is a potential 30-minute head and shoulders pattern forming on Nvidia. If we take a peek here, chart is showing a little bit of choppiness. We'll see if this pattern wants to trigger, break down, see some more sell side pressure. Hasn't triggered yet. Par still under its pre-market high, but holding above its pre-market low. All right, I'm up about 350 bucks on these car puts. Looking for more. You are seeing semis breaking down. Crude oil WTI looking like it's putting in bullish consolidation to move higher. On the 30-minute WTI crude chart, guys, there is a nice inverted head and shoulders pattern. Take a look at this WTI chart here, intraday. Let's go to the 30-minute chart. You can see that there's a nice inverse head and shoulders, and believe it or not, crude oil has triggered and broken out of the neckline so far. That should yield quite a bit more upside, whether that happens today, tomorrow. That's about another 4% move on crude oil, which takes you to about 93 a barrel. We'll watch that closely. All right, nice little tail wick forming on car. Send us to the basement. Come on. Dollar still trying to bounce intraday. XOM still looks solid. Nvidia is still holding that little neckline zone, has not triggered the bearish pattern. Big bounce on your semis. Really big bounce. If Nvidia breaks down, guys, the downside potential is 194.60. That is your kind of your head. It's about a 2%, 2.2% drop from current levels. Still got a lot of strength across the landscape. GME, guys, squeezing today. I like that. Still riding our GME upside calls, but I'm kind of disappointed with how obviously the chart is trying to break out. It's still looking constructive and pretty strong intraday, but I really thought this was going to start to squeeze more. Maybe CAR's just taking all the hype. Maybe. We'll see. All right, guys, I'm raising stop to break even on car. Raising stop to break even on car. That is 1150. I repeat, that is 1150. Currently, contracts are at 1455. So car, break even, stop. Trade is risk-free for the day. Now we can just sit back and let this thing fall. Come on, baby. Drop car. Drop it negative. Remember, I said whenever car gaps up, basically every single time it's gapped up, it went negative and then it grinds higher. So we're seeing the same sort of price action. Gap up, they're selling it, looking like it probably will go negative, and then maybe they bid it up in the afternoon off of a little bit of a lower float grind. SPY getting a big push back to the top side. Micron still having a great day, up 3%. Western Digital's green, Nvidia back to the green side, but still looking pretty heavy on Nvidia. Come on, car. Maybe car will buy me a new card today. Come on. You know what stock is looking a little bit weak, gapping and cracking today? Marvell, that's starting to come in slightly. SOXX is still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. All mags are still green on the session. Where that 7-day moving average is. I mean, that's crazy. Even if car pulled back to the 7-day moving average, it would still be bullish backtest. That's wild. That is crazy, man. IGV still pumping, up 1.75. Microsoft up 1. CRM up 1.3. And moving. Snapchat having a good day today. URA, SMR up over 8.4. All right, guys, semis are getting faded here. So I think the market's going to tumble. If these stocks go negative, I mean, we all know how crazy this SOXX move has been. At some point, we're going to have a big pullback and retest of the 7-day. I mean, this is not sustainable. You've built no flag pattern. There's no base. It's just been a straight shot move to the upside. Wild stuff. Backtesting prior day high. Still super, super strong though. All right, we're testing 1610 on these contracts now for car, guys. Up about 500 bucks a con. Nice dip on car, guys. Nice dip. Come on, car. You're still green, up 4.93. Take us to the red. Take us to the red, baby. Let me see what this fib retrace would do. I'm just going to take the fib retrace from the weekly candle. Where's the weekly starting point? So the weekly starting point on car is at here, 476. That's wild. Nice drop on car. She's rolling heavy, guys. 1840, 18, almost up 1,000 a con here. Come on, take us. It's about to go red, guys. Car is about to go red. Come on. Go, car, go. Big bounce on car. The bulls have been waiting. They're waiting, trying to defend pre-market low. You pierced it, bouncing it. Market's still remaining firm. Marvell has gapped and cracked. That's gone negative. Nvidia's negative. So semis are showing a little bit of distribution here. A little bit. Google still beast mode. Strongest mag on the session is Google. Then it's Tesla. Then it's Microsoft. Qs are starting to tighten up the spread between SPY and Qs. So Qs are starting to take a little bit of lagging of price. Wow, look at that bounce. Yep. Big bounce on car. Big bounce on car. Pre-market low pierce and test. Still think it's going to go lower. It's just a bit of a dead cat bounce, short covering probably. I'm still in my car put. The trade for me is risk-free, guys. I got a stop loss at break even, which is 11.50 a contract. Right now, cons are at 16.50. Could have taken about 800-900 bucks profit at the lows there, but I'm looking for more. I'm looking for more. If I can get 100% on this, that would be a good place to consider taking profits. All right, SPY still holding bullish price action. Look at that move back to the highs. Incredible. Yeah, I agree with you there, Polymom. Car is taking the hype, I think, away from a lot of the short squeezes. I haven't really looked at Wall Street bets. I'm sure Car is on their radar at this point as their top trades. That would not shock me. XOM still strong as ever, trying to hold 149.68, guys. Remember, we did take profits on our XOM 148s, about 140% gain that we swung yesterday. Don't be doing that, Cabin. I don't want to take your money from you, man. I don't want to take your money from you. I'm just kidding. Well, you know what? I hope we both make money. Oh shit, there's Cabin. There's Cabin. Pumping it up. Holy shit, Cabin. He just hit the big buy order. Big opening range, low prior day, low retest. Sorry, prior day high retest. SPY, what an absolute blasting off into space here, testing pre-market high for SPY. Yeah, nice entry there, Kevin. You got a nice little stick there. I'm still up about 400 bucks a contract. Again, for me, trade's risk-free. I'm just going to sit on these put options until I either get where I want to get to for a profit take zone or it stops me out, break even. We got a really good entry at the highs on this contract, so I still think if it follows the same price pattern and structure, we should go negative at some point today on car. And then it's anyone's guess as to how far it goes. But high statistical probability, guys, that car goes negative today. Very high. SPY bumping up into pre-market high. So we're still seeing your semiconductors lag. But it's actually a pretty good sign what the markets are doing. You're seeing semis coming in, SPY pushing up to the top side. So what that's telling me is that IGV is capturing all of that semiconductor liquidity. You are seeing that rotation trade hitting. Semis are under pressure. You got Nvidia breaking down here, looking pretty heavy. But you got a lot of the software names, Microsoft moving, breaking out to the top side. CRM looking pretty solid here, guys. So yeah, SOXX is coming in. IGV's eating that liquidity, and things are not just fleeing the market, they're rotating. So that's actually positive price. Yeah, XLV is doing well. Yeah. Yeah, I like XLV even long term. I mean, we just look at the XLV chart here, guys, and again, this is a longer term pattern. This is going to take 12 to 24 months to play out. But XLV is shaping up a really nice pattern. This is a technical backtest of your previous breakout trend line, bouncing and holding. You might chop around here for a bit, but I think it's smart to build into XLV leaps or individual stocks specifically. Profit SPY, pretty big candle rejection there off of pre-market high. CAR is still holding above its pre-market low. If CAR loses pre-market low here, it's going to flush pretty big. Pretty big. I'm still up about 700 a con, or 600 a con, give or take. Come on. IWM seeing some heavy sell side pressure. The IWM is now underperforming your QQQ, so Qs have taken leadership. Tech showing resiliency and strength. Quantum is still moving. China's mixed. Nvidia just sitting right on that head and shoulders neckline. Nvidia has broken its pre-market low as well as its opening range low and is currently the only mag that's negative. Nice. Polymon bought some long-term XLV. Nice. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I haven't done much buying because I know how extended this market is. And I'm waiting for, at least a retest of the 7-day moving average on these major indices. We haven't backtested the 7-day in quite a while. So I'm looking at building into more longs as well once we get the backtest that I think is coming and is due. Right, Nvidia guys losing 200. Nvidia starting to test that neckline break for that head and shoulders. Remember, world's largest company starts to sell. It's going to be tough for the main indices to hold. Seeing a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Western Digital's another one that has broken to the downside. This market could gap and crack, guys. SPY puts to the downside are not a bad play. Remember, we were selling off huge into the yesterday's close because Vice President Vance's trip to Pakistan was canceled. The only reason we've gapped up today was because Trump tacoed and said there's an indefinite ceasefire. But the problem with that taco is that crude oil didn't believe it this time. The other tacos, crude oil has stayed down. But crude oil right now is basically back to the same high pivot that it was trading at before Trump tacoed. So energy is still high. WTI above 90. It's starting to see a little bit of selling. Intraday. You are still holding above your 7-day moving average on WTI. S&P right back to the highs, guys. Jeez, this market is truly resilient right now. Truly resilient. Bulls are out in force, flexing their muscles. Oil starting to dip a little bit. The dollar is starting to catch a bit of a buy program. Come on down, car. Wow, Marvell just had a huge stick. It's wild. Nvidia is still struggling, but the market's holding up a-okay. Microsoft full beast mode, Google full beast mode, and Apple full beast mode. Amazon now, Tesla, they're all trying to fly high. Birds flying high. You know how I feel. S&P, guys. Again, we look at SPY, and top of that trend channel still has not been tested yet today, so that puts us around 710.40-ish. Does look like they're trying to test that zone. Par ain't going below 750 again today. We'll see. I got a stop in place on the position that I just took, so I'm okay with just, if it stops me out, I mean, it stops me out. That's okay. I'm still going to trust the statistics. It may not happen today, a pullback, but at least I'm in profit on the trade off of the open. It's not like I'm shorting here in no man's land and they can push it back to the highs. You know, this is where they're going to lure both people in on the trade, right? Because you're almost at the gap, but you're still green on the session and strong. So I wouldn't short chase here. Although, if you wanted to short it up here, nibble on a bit of a swing by all means. I don't even know if you can get shares available anymore. Seems like they've eaten up the whole float. But semis are still looking somewhat weaker than the rest of the market. So far, Q's IWM spiral holding quite well. Lots of relative strength in all your other mags today. It's crazy. Every like tiny little wick on cars, like changing these cons by 50 to $100. Quick, 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 quick. YS saying White House, Trump extended Iran ceasefire 3 to 5 days. Yeah, yeah. I honestly think Trump's gonna strike again. I think it's a mo. I think he's gonna strike. We're gonna wake up to another operation or a name. It'll be that general. I can't remember that general's name, but all right, here comes Carr. It's gonna get halted down. Watch. Come on, Carr. Halted down. But yeah, I think Trump's gonna strike again. To be honest, that's what energy prices are telling us. Um, and you have to remember, I mean, Iran has put a lot of civilians along these bridges and power plants. And as the deadline approaches, they just keep the civilians there because if Trump strikes, then he's killing thousands of civilians and they can label him as a war criminal. But I don't think he wants to do that. So by him extending deadlines, it'll at least force a lot of those people to probably go home, clear out from those venues, and then boom, hits the bridges, hits the power plants. Who the heck knows? Hmm. Semis are trying to bounce. SOXX testing 424 and holding for now. Need some more coffee, guys. I need some more coffee. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. You better not pump car up at cabin. Better see it negative when I come back. Whoa, what did you do, man? Big bounce trying to push back higher again on car. Market is still trying to squeeze higher. NVIDIA trying to defend 200. You pumped it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still green on my trade. I haven't been stopped out, like I said, but I'll you did some push-ups and bumped it up. Yeah. All right, SPY still looking for that 710 40-ish zone. Some decent resistance up there. Just adjust this channel a little bit. There's the big push in the tape. Part and parcel NVIDIA. Back to the positive side, squeezing. Semi's pushing right back up. Healthcare still looking pretty strong. Intel still lagging. Nokia lagging. What's RDW doing? NVTS up 9.9% and squeezing. RDW still up 15% and squeezing. Fermi, FRMI still squeezing up 19.3. BMNR squeezing. SMR squeezing. USAR squeezing. SIDU up 11. Poet up 14.9. Lots of liquidity still sloshing around, flowing. Come on, car, go negative. You know you want to. Every single gap up that car has done, it's gone negative. So why is this time different? And then it floats back up. Come on, go negative. Go negative, car. Nope, she's going negative. She's going negative today. Again, I don't know if it'll stay negative, but she's gonna go negative. Healthcare still moving. IGV up 2.3, squeezing higher. Crude oil is starting to soften up a bit. WTI curling down. That's typically positive for the tape. QQQ, new all-time high. Wild. All right, NVIDIA guys, still seeing heavy sell side pressure off the 200 level. NVIDIA still looks like one of the weaker stocks on the session. So as the S&P approaches this resistance, it's probably a better one to try to pick on short. Apple's still ridiculously strong. Google strong. Microsoft strong. Amazon strong. Tesla's strong. Don't do it. Let's see. S&P guys bubbling up into a little bit of resistance. You can see this previous little high pivot going back to that Friday, April 26th zone. Still haven't officially hit the top of this little channel, but getting very close to doing so. Very close. Semis are still trying to push higher. Yep, Q's new all-time highs. New all-time highs. Oh, this car trade. Come on, baby. Car trade should pay us. Here we go. Car's about to go negative, guys. This is what I was looking for. Here we go. This is following, like I said, every single gap up on car has turned red at some point intraday. Then it usually gets bought up in the afternoon session as the volume thins out. I can pump this name a little bit easier. Everyone buy now. Don't do it. Cabin selling. He's a secret institutional insider that's dumping his car shares on everyone. He's trying to get you to buy, guys. Drop it down, baby. Drop it down. Screw it. I'm going to put in a bad Google review for car. Avis Budget Group. Maybe it'll take the stock down. Hugging a USB cable with your bicep. All right, NVIDIA, big push. Back above 200. Green on the session. And trying to recapture pre-market low. Look at that SPY, guys. Pierce that channel. That's a little bit of a short zone. Um, Big mover. Why are you buying it up here, Kevin? We were so close to losing pre-market low. It just missed the gap. I mean, came so close to going negative. It still should go negative. All right, markets are still holding steady here. Crazy. Is this the mother of all topping tails? Look at that weekly candle, guys. Even if it sells back down to like 557, it's still huge gain on the week. You can barely hear the sound of your push-ups. All right, crude oil, guys, pushing right back up. WTI almost back to the highs. Markets could see a pretty big profit-taking zone here. We've had a nice gap up and rally. I wouldn't be surprised to see SPY get faded here off of the highs. I took a SPY lotto. SPY lotto. Please size accordingly if you're going to play. Market's still pumping. SPY's basically hitting another standard deviation, second standard deviation, bubbling up into that resistance. It's an area where we've seen rejection kind of 3 times now, up in this vicinity. Crude oil, initial pop getting faded slightly. $600 a con on these car puts. Up about 600 a contract. Oh, 700 a contract now. Nice. IV, guys, we bought that IV spike on car. If you're wanting to take profits up here, 700 a con, feel free. I'm still gonna hold. I want to see this go negative. I'm gonna trust the thesis. Every single gap up has turned red on car, and then it floats higher later, but I want to see this negative. Come on. And maybe this is going to be a head and shoulders on car. You got a big left shoulder, you got a head. Maybe we sell off, big bounce, create a right shoulder, or that right shoulder is just a fake pattern and they send it to 1,000. So that wouldn't surprise me. It's a big sell down, bounce, and then they can lure in both the bulls and the bears, and whichever way the imbalance is, they can take it in the opposite direction. So either they send it back down. Eventually, car's gonna be back under 200 bucks. Eventually. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Oil and the dollar are trying to push up again. Crude oil inventories, guys, 2 minutes. Crude oil inventories in 2 minutes. That will be market moving. Crude oil. What is the forecast? Forecast is minus 1.9 million. Let's see. Let's see. What are the inventories going to come at for crude oil? If you're long, you better have stops in place. Protect your profits, guys. Protect your profits if you're long. Crude oil inventories can influence the market. It could pump it higher if they have a good print. But most likely it's going to be a a decline in inventories. Yeah, car's the best rental car. I know, I heard they're using the Anthropic software now. They partner with NVIDIA chips and they're designing flying moon cars with SpaceX. So they've got the three big boys all beside them. Partnerships up the yin yang. So let's take it to 10,000 car. Yeah. Yeah, and then they're going to partner with Joby and Archer. They're actually going to buy both of those companies to get into the eVTOL space because they're going to start selling rental eVTOLs, even though there's no permits yet and permission. They don't need it. Again, guys, I'm in car. Puts 500 put for Friday. Bought it at 11.50. It's trading at $18 a con right now. I am in a SPY lotto, just 10 contracts, 704. I'm looking for a big gap and crack, guys. If we come down and retrace this whole move, our puts would be, I'm gonna retire. No, I'm kidding. Let's see what the market has in store. Everything is still holding steady. Your US dollar is trying to uptick. The Dixie looks like it's gonna push to the new highs. I didn't even look at what crude oil inventories was. The crude oil inventories, the data is still populating, is it? What's happening? I know crude didn't really do much on the inventory. Come on. Bigger than expected drawdown for crude. 1.92 million. Okay. You eat a Big Mac every day? Well, I hope you get extra sauce on that Big Mac. Extra sauce, extra pickles for me. Sheesh, Apple is just full beast mode right now. You just eat it out of the dumpster? Yeah, that's always more flavor that way. Things marinate. Nvidia big push. S&P seeing some pretty big wicks up here, guys. Crude oil pumping. Looks like we're gonna get news here. Looks like there's news coming. There's news. Crude oil ripping. Crude oil inventories were very bullish for crude, bearish for the market, bearish for society, bearish for the economy. Again, guys, we are in spot 704 puts 0 DTE lottos got filled at 22 cents, sized appropriately for loss. No, they ain't gonna push it up. Don't say that. They're just wanting more liquidity. Again, I'm just playing the previous price history on car. Like I said, every time it's gapped up, it's gone negative. Doesn't mean it stays negative, but it goes negative at some point. So, crude oil pushing up now, back up, retesting the highs up 1.6. Your US dollar is spiking. Send us to the basement, baby. We could get a fat payday here on these SPY puts. Man, if they gap and crack SPY today, that would be beautiful. Still a strong tape though. Market is resilient. Car's trying to take my money. Trying to stop me out. What are you doing, car? Don't do it. Don't do it, car. Semis are still strong. Nvidia is still pushing back up 0.4%. Apple Dapple's just squeezing. I guess people like the thought that maybe they're going to become innovators with the new CEO. SPY's still seeing quite a bit of distribution at these highs here, guys. Guys, we are seeing what's interesting here is the IWM was your strongest indice, and that's looking like it's going to gap and crack. Look at that retest of that neckline. Boom, and it's getting slapped down. So the Russell has been the strongest indice. Often, when the strongest indice starts to falter, the rest of the market will follow. Crude oil and the dollar are still ripping. You also have your yields quietly trying to push to the top side. Bitcoin still holding steady. That's up over 3%. And pushing. Big push up in your semiconductors. Nvidia moving now. Big push on Nvidia up almost 0.5% now. Semiconductors are still trying here. Big squeeze on car. Car is trying to uptick here. Big push on your S&P 500. Crude oil, nasty top wicks. WTI tried. Markets are still squeezing here. Semis are squeezing. I'm still seeing a little bit of weakness in your financials. Your XLF is looking like it wants to go red. JP Morgan's rolled over. Bank of America's rolled over. Wells Fargo seeing some distribution. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but for the majority of the market it is. AMD is still super strong. That's up 3.5% and moving. BLNK. Do 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 do. SPX 7127 full bull beast mode. SOXX still pushing, looking like it wants another new all-time high on SOXX, coming up into pre-market high levels right now. Crazy strength. Crazy strength. Seeing some more rejection. Uh-oh. Big squeeze on SPY right back up. Can't keep this market down. How many of your viewers know smoke on the water? What is smoke on the water? Is that like a cannabis store? Or is it a TV show? Friends are saying my puts print from earlier. Deep purple. I'm terrible with music, with song names. I know a lot of songs, but I'm terrible with the names, guys. That's like, if I was on a game show and they asked me what a song was called, I would fail. I can't remember the names of the songs to save my life. I know the lyrics, but not the names. You missed the put call? Yeah, I'm still in. I'm still in car. Tried stalking me out there. Never quite came to my stop loss. Came close, but I'm still in it. I'm still in SPY puts and car puts. Those are my two trades today. Day trades. Like I said, bank stocks are definitely seeing some sell side pressure. Lots of resistance up here on your S&P, although we are looking somewhat constructive to move higher. Still trading into a 2 standard deviation band for SPY, but markets are trying to push. Yes, they are. They are. You know what? SPX actually might go for another high pivot sweep. It's looking pretty constructive. Huh. SPX. So we have a split decision here pretty much. So far, 5 of you have voted for CAR. Will CAR close negative? 60% say yes, 40% say no. Let's get some more votes, guys. Let's get some more votes in. Crude oil still trying to consolidate on the 10-minute chart, building a flag pattern. Still looks bullish, guys. Crude oil still looks bullish. You know what ticker is giving you an entry right here is XOM. It's backtesting pre-market high. So those of you that aren't in XOM, it could be an interesting play. Come on, car, go negative. Go negative. Go negative. I'm still in these SPY puts up a penny a contract. Don't vote, just buy car. Cabin secretly sits on the board. Who did you say? Was it your brother or a friend? Works for car? You have insider information? Everyone report Cabin to the SEC. He's insider trading. Come on, S&P. Roll over here. GME, guys, starting to squeeze a little bit more. I like it. GME breaking out here, giving us a new intraday high, guys. Look at that. So GME looks like it could be the next squeeze candidate, guys. Don't sleep on GME. Don't sleep. Remember, we're in the $28 calls, so those are starting to wake up. Let's get it. Go, go, go. Inverse head and shoulders. Come on, baby. Squeeze it. Look at that dump on car, guys. Nice dump. It did go negative, just like I said. There you go. It follows the same price pattern it has throughout this whole move. Get car dumping, guys. It is halted. Oh, no, it's not halted. Thought it was halted there. Beautiful. Let's go, car. Let's go. Car puts. Ayo. Let's go. Sorry, cabin. It's been a run, man. It's been a strong run for car. And listen, like I said, every single time car gaps up, it goes negative. Stays weak in the morning, and then they like to float and grind it. Remember, we still could be setting up a head and shoulders here. You got the left shoulder, you got the head. If we sold off a little bit deeper, I'm expecting we undercut this 670 kind of pivot zone here. And then we'll see what type of formation we get here. XOM, big bounce. NVIDIA is still squeezing. Semis are squeezing. Crude oil is squeezing. Everything is squeezing. But car. Wow, look at NVIDIA, man. They snaked. Man, people shorted NVIDIA off that neckline just got absolutely run over. What a liquidity grab off that 200 area. Crazy. That was wild. Crude oil still shaking and moving to the top side. We haven't had a halt yet on car. It's due for a halt. Crude oil still trying to break out for another high of day. It still has a bullish inverted head and shoulders, guys. WTI crude could start its breakout, its next leg here. It's looking very likely. The DXY is also reacting. Dixie, Dixie, Dixie. Wow, Nvidia is still full bull. SOXX ripping. Apple small pullback. Tesla pullback. Amazon pullback. Microsoft still strong. Google still strong. IGV still up about 2%. Uranium still moving, although nuclear stocks are off their highs. Bank stocks are still slightly weak. JP Morgan holding on barely by a thread. BAC, Wells Fargo all rolled over. Still trying to push to the highs, guys. S&P still looking pretty constructive. IWM still trying to come in a little bit. Wonder if that's going to be an inverse head and shoulders. IWM actually is a potentially a bullish consolidation pattern. Interesting. We'll see which way it wants to go. A little bit of a wedge there. Interesting. We'll watch that. SPY still trying to push higher and higher. Oh, ho, 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 ho. See these other ones. 377.50s. Ish. Still slightly green on our SPY puts, guys. Remember, I'm writing 704 0 DTE Lotto. 704 0 DTE puts on SPY. I'm looking for a gap and crack in the market. If this trade plays out, it will be a pretty big winner if it plays out. CAR still trying to push back through its pre-market low. Possibly a head and shoulders developing intraday 10-minute chart. It has not triggered yet, but if it does trigger here, let's just see what this downside move takes us. It could be a move down to 545, guys. That's wild. 546-ish. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier here. Crude oil, new high of day. WTI pumping and jumping. This market's in trouble, guys. We could gap and crack pretty big. You look at WTI and it just broke its flag. Look at that. Now coming into the next little resistance zone, high pivot, SR zone, but we are looking like it's going for that inverted head and shoulders target, which takes it to about 94 on crude oil, guys. Remember, crude oil has a lot of bullish patterns developing. You got the mini inverse that's triggered. You got a major one that's trying to fire on all cylinders here. I mean, things are looking spicy for crude. If we can hold this price action, it's going to be tough for the markets to hold, but surprising, they're still keeping things fairly buoyant. Dollar spiked higher. VIX is catching a minor bid. Semis are still holding. Mags are still holding. Going for 93.50. Yeah, I agree. Manatee saying going for 93.50 on crude. I agree. Crude's going higher. Which tells you that that headline taco yesterday from Trump was absolute bogus. BS. You know, if there was a ceasefire delay, I mean, crude should be down. And remember the inventory report that came out just what 25 minutes ago, it's bullish for crude. Still a deficit, supply constraints. But the market seems to be trading in a world of its own, doesn't really mind crude oil pushing up. It seems like these days it's less sensitive than that initial pop and spike in crude. Hmm. And just a heads up, guys, I did take a small trim on my GME $28 calls, trimmed 111%. I sold one contract, so that's all I'm doing. I'm not going to sell anymore until we hit 28. So they're either going to go to zero or we're going to get in the money. So we'll see. SPY still looking pretty heavy here. Trying to lose pre-market high. Crude oil still pumping and jumping. DXY going for another new high of day, trying to get through its pre-market high level, 98.50. So the US dollar is confirming the breakout in oil. And the dollar has also a potential bullish pattern developing, an inverted head and shoulders on your 10, 20, and 30. If it cracks this pre-market high neckline, it should move to about 98.70, 99 bucks. The dollar is looking somewhat bullish. Semis are still holding. US dollar trying to break out through its pre-market high. So US dollar pumping here. US dollar is flying. It's going to be tough for the markets to not sell off. That Dixie is starting to squeeze here. Look at this squeeze on the US dollar. I'm surprised the markets haven't reacted yet. Still holding pre-market high, but the dollar is starting to pump and jump here. Wild. Cars still trying to hold steady here. Still holding higher lows on car and higher highs. So the trend still remains intact, guys. The uptrend still remains intact. US dollar still moving. Nvidia seeing some slight sell side pressure off its pre-market high. Semiconductors, SOXX, slight sell pressure off pre-market highs, still flagging, trying to hold constructive price action. This market's resilient, man. Does not care about crude oil, does not care about the US dollar. Wild. Wild, wild, wild stuff, man. Crazy, crazy. US dollar, new high of day. So 15-minute on your SPY is printing sell signals. We got still 30-minute buy signal, but that's starting to roll over. Hourly chart still printing a buy signal. 4-hour sell, daily sell signal. But so the time frames are mixed. Still pretty extended here. WTI still up 2% on the session. Bitcoin testing 79K. Bitcoin is a beast for now. For now. What the heck just happened? Man, I hate when they do that. Option chain. 500s. Buy starting to roll over. Here we go. We're still in these 7040 DTEs, guys. 7040 DTE SPY puts. Still riding them. If the market's gonna gap and crack, it should do it today. It should do it today. SPY downside potential today is 702.80. 702.80. Upside potential is 714. So the risk reward is still to the downside, but we could still push higher if we hold these pre-market high levels. US dollar still pushing. I wonder, did gold react? Gold must have reacted. Yeah, gold's starting to sell here, losing pre-market lows. The IWM is starting to get drained. So the IWM is looking like it's gapping and cracking as well, guys. Look at that. New lows. New lows. So look at the structural difference. IWM taking out its low of day. SPY low of day is still down here. So you have to wonder, is the S&P going to follow the IWM down? Right now, there's definitely some relative strength. But considering the IWM has been the market leader throughout this whole pump, it just makes you wonder. Just some intraday observations. Be careful. Be careful. IWM's rolling. Come on, give us the gap and crack, SPY. Fucking semis are just so damn strong. Are they actually going to give the SOXX? I'm losing count. How many days up in a row is this? This might be a record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is this 15? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 days up in a row on semis. That is crazy. I still haven't done the research. I don't know what the record is for SOXX, but we must be getting close. I mean, 16 days up in a row. And we're not talking about, a quarter percent or, a squeaker of a green day. We're talking about 1.5% days up. It's wild. Wild stuff. All right, send us to the basement. Send us to the basement. Again, guys, SPY 70 foots. If we get the gap and crack down here on SPY, that would be beautiful. And I'm not even going to trim until we get a flush to gap. Might take a trim kind of around 705, but Holding out for a big grand slam, home run hitter. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, give me a flush. I want to go eat. I want to go eat some lunch. My stomach's grumbling. It's all those push-ups at cabin. Cabin made me hungry. It's all those push-ups. QQQ still acting pretty resilient, up 1.15%. Mags are strong on the session, especially since Nvidia was red and had a terrific bounce back to pre-market high. But here comes semis, crude oil going for another high of day push. US dollar squeezing. The Dixie is squeezing, guys. She's looking strong. Still seeing SPY. Buy pressure off of pre-market high. A little bit of a wick and pierce through, and they are defending it. True resiliency here, guys. Crazy resiliency. Wild stuff. Don't know what the Treasury or Trump is doing underneath this market, but wow, she's strong. See, taking a little bit of a breather, and right away the markets are up. All right, so we've really gone nowhere for the last 60 minutes, guys. Markets have been holding, digesting what appears to be consolidation right at resistance. They're luring more people in. Cars continuing to sell. Crude oil still flagging sideways, although seeing a little bit of selling off the 91 zone. S&P trying to go for another high sweep. Mags are still holding steady. BTC back over 79,000, up 3.5% and squeezing. Bitcoin looking crazy strong. Ooh. Guys, I'm going to stay on for another 10 more minutes or 20 more minutes here on YouTube. Then I'm going to take my lunch break. I'll keep the member Telegram stream going. It does look like the market's going to give us one more push to the highs. So they're holding pre-market high quite well here. Crude oil seeing a decent rejection. You look at WTI, the level that it hit and rejected was that previous support resistance zone. So a nice little sell off that area. On crude, it's still holding steady though. I'm still in my SPY puts, car puts. All right, semiconductors are just pinned, chopping sideways. Oh, one. Buy still trying to see some sell side pressure. What was that? Gold pass? Still in these SPY puts, guys. Making a move. Par is trying to make a push higher. This is not a bad entry for XOM. It's almost coming into its gap fill, sitting right on kind of that pre-market high level. Not a bad spot. Crude still pushing back higher. So the market's just pinned here, just holding positive structure. I still see us rolling over a little bit. What's interesting is we look down here on the market, and market sold off yesterday, was selling off into the close on Vice President Vance canceling the trip to Pakistan. And this basically crude oil is trading at the level we were when the market was selling off pretty sharply here. So interesting to see price action still holding so well despite crude oil being at the same level around the 91.40 area. So we'll see what happens. But S&P, NASDAQ, semis still holding positive structure for the time being. All right. I'm going to grab some lunch, guys, take a little bit of a break. We'll see you back in a little bit. If anything crazy happens, I'll let you know. Nice move down on car, starting to potentially trigger a head and shoulders pattern, guys. We'll see if it really wants to break structure here. Nice dump, guys, on car. Guys, crude oil spiking again, crude oil spiking again, pushing new high a day. All right, we do have the IWM breaking down here, going for a new low of day, entering that gap window again. So the Russell 2000 is starting to lose a little bit of positive structure here. Down, it's still up 0.5%, but it's given up half of its gains. Are starting to push to the downside. Head and shoulders is in effect. I repeat, head and shoulders is in effect. So this is where the interesting thing gets, right, in CAR. If we take out this low pivot here, and this is a high volume gap up zone reversal. If we take out this low pivot, that's technically a lower low intraday. And it sets up structurally a little bit of a near-term trend change. So that's the big level. The bulls want to defend that pivot. What is that, around 673-ish? Ish. SPY, come on down, SPY. Still holding these puts. I think there's a strong chance we see a gap and crack. I mean, I'm surprised that the S&P is holding this steady with crude oil still setting higher highs. Dollars flagging, back tested pre-market high, looking ready to set up its next leg higher. Come on, CAR. I want them to just give CAR a big flush. Like, I want to see a candle like this. Come on, CAR. What are you hitting? Hourly? SPY is starting to look a little bit heavier here. Guys, the IWM is melting. The Russell is absolutely melting lower here. We are seeing some heavy sell side pressure starting to hit the tape. Yeah, UVXY is surging. It should be. Absolutely. VIX is trying to go green itself here. You can see intraday. Nice little uptick. Yeah. SPY should tumble here. They've done a lot of burning theta, backing and filling. Dixie new high a day, crude oil new high a day. Shit's gonna gap and crack today. It's gonna gap and crack. Come on. The dynamic for the market to gap and crack is there. I mean, for us to fill this gap should be nothing today. Should be absolutely nothing. IWM continues to melt, guys. Bigger selling pressure hitting the tape. Guys, crude oil is still spiking to the top side here. We have the market starting to roll over a little bit. We keep piercing this pre-market high and testing this opening range high. At some point, we're going to start to roll over here. WTI pushing. Next resistance, 92.50, but it looks like it wants to tap the 20-day moving average at 93.19 WTI. Super strong. Still in SPY puts. The wicks rolling around. Semis are seeing some sell side after they've been relentless all day. IWM continues to trickle lower, looking pretty bearish for the Russell. What else we got? Car still dripping lower. It's down 14% right now. We'll see if the markets want to follow through. There is some pockets of weakness starting to show up in the tape. Overall, mags are still strong, but crude oil is still in full beast mode, making new high a day as we speak, tapping 4-hour resistance level. But wow, surprised to see the S&P holding up this steady, but I do think we're starting to get some weakness starting to show. That's for sure. XOM looks juicy again. It's basically given up all of its entire move. It's probably going to get a nice end of day push with crude up this much, 3.38. And still trying to hold steady. It looks like the Russell 2000 IWM wants to fill its gap and ultimately could flush all the way down to 274 today. So another $1.28 to the downside for the Russell. You've had 4 consecutive hours of sell side pressure in the IWM. The S&P is still holding steady. Crude oil is just too strong. What's interesting is even the price action in crude oil has forced yields higher today. They were negative for most of the morning. Now they've turned green, specifically the 2-year yield. It's also pushing gold down. Gold and silver getting sold into. What's interesting too is with the push up in yields, IWM is only up 0.25% right now and is seeing quite a bit of selling from its highs, whereas the NASDAQ QQQ is holding some resiliency, still up 1.23%. So it seems like a lot of the last hoorah money that's been flying into the IWM is kind of rotating now back into mags. Financials, XLF, have rolled over. That's usually a bit of caution to the wind. When XLF goes negative, strong chance you could see more selling in the major indices. Right now, your tech is certainly still holding things up, specifically your semiconductors. Squeezing out the shorts, candle after candle, just remarkable. Up over 39% in 16 days. Wild stuff. One for the record books, that's for sure. In terms of sector performance, guys, there is a lot of selling happening under the hood of the market today. Things are certainly rotating. You got retail, consumer discretionary, real estate, industrials, financials, all negative. It's RSP. Yeah, RSP already breaking down, guys. Look at RSP today. This is where car could get a bounce, create a right shoulder. We'll see. But first red candle in a while. We'll see if it closes that way. Is anybody taking any Tesla lottos for earnings or IBM? I'm just looking through the Tesla chain right now. 2 day contracts. Interesting. Okay, I was looking at 420 calls, but not sure yet. Let's look. Let's take a peek. 420 calls. What do we have there for open interest? Where are we sitting at? Open interest, 16,000 cons, 18,000 volume trade to IVs at 99%. So it's not that bad. It's a little high, but not that bad. $235 a piece of the 420 calls. About 8.5% move to the upside. So that's about $30 move up. If we do a $30 move down, let's see. That would take us to 369, so 367. Yeah, so the puts are cheaper right now for Tesla than the calls. Uh, yeah, so right now a 13% move up on Tesla earnings is about 90 cents a contract. Those are the 437.50s. And then a 9.5% move down, which is around the 352.50s, are also about 90 cents. So definitely the puts are cheaper than the calls, which usually means price action is going to go up. They want people to pay, but it's risky, right? Hmm. Little interesting observation there. Very cool, actually. Very cool. Look at par go. Damn, holy moly. She's a beast. Peter asking about TXN. Well, I freaking hope TXN. I hope TXN comes in. Need all the help from these semis here. I mean, the move. If these semis start to gap up, oh my goodness, man, that's just gonna be chaotic. It'll be chaotic if these semis start to gap up. TXN, I mean, it's had a history last few earnings. It's missed it. Dividends coming up, so I usually like to sell into that. We'll see. Hoping it's a miss. Other than that, a little bit of long-term resistance up here. You know, back testing a breakdown trend line. It's the only real resistance I see. But if TXN gets through that zone, then your next little confluence zone is around this 242 area. Let's see what time. So we got Tesla is at, oops, let me go back to this here. Seven. All right, so those are your big boys, guys. You got TXN first at 4:01, Lam Research at 4:05. You've got Tesla at 4:07 p.m., IBM at 4:08, and ServiceNow at 4:10. So those are your big earnings. Again, the big five: TXN, Lam Research, Tesla, IBM, and ServiceNow. We'll see what we get for price action. Peterson, yeah, I feel that TXN earnings agreement. Yeah, it could. It could go any way. Hoping for the downside as well, but it could go any way. Just never know. Never know with these market snakers. Another day where the markets are holding, closing green. QQQ, absolutely a beast from these semis.